Hey, Gravy. Yep, we got some plans for today. Just trying to make a list of things I want to do. I want to get the BC Rush looking good, and then I want to create like a Marauder build. Because I feel like we're going to be facing a lot of roaches. Okay. Are you automating StarCraft? There's a competitive ladder that exists for people who write bots to play StarCraft 2. And I made the final 8 in this tournament. The final submission deadline is today. So I'm trying to create some new builds that will defeat my next opponent and the one after that, which is the bot that never loses. So that's what we've been working on the last 3 days. There's about 70 competitive bots, and my bot's right up there. Number 5. So my next opponent is this guy, Evil Zoe, which I think at the moment I'm not favored. But, you know, it's possible. The next opponent after that is Eris, who is like, look at that win rate, 98.2% win rate. This is like the unbreakable wall. So this is where I'm focusing most of my attention, even if I can't get past Evil Zoe. Yeah, it's pretty cool. There's tournaments that run. They're casted on ES Champ on YouTube. There's this, which is like a 24/7 ladder that's running all the time, playing games. You can see right now there's 20 arena clients, so there's probably like 20 games going on right now. Yeah, Micro Machine is like the old god. He was by far and away the number one bot for like at least 2 years, maybe longer. but the authors of Micro Machine really haven't updated him for, I think, over a year now, or close to that. So it's still a really, really good bot, but he's starting to get surpassed by the active bot authors. Exact same coffee cup. I think I got from IKEA, probably. It's just like about as basic as a coffee cup as you can get. I do have my Zerg Tears mug. I should find that again. It's probably at the back of the cupboard. Okay, so I was coming up with CV production. Oh, I already did that. Trying to think. There's one other thing I wanted to do with time allowed. Something to do with BC Rush, I think. Remicro reactor Hellions. I fixed the Raven issue. My Raven's auto turret a lot smarter now. Damn, when I was writing up here, I'm like, there's one thing I could do. Like, oh, I'll just put that at the bottom. No, I can't remember what it is anymore. Oh, I know. Map safe dead space for BCs. I'm not sure how difficult that will be. But when my BCs get low and they try to get back home, they often can't. So maybe having them hide in the dead space until they can teleport is better. Anything terrain related is always very difficult to code, though. That's why our bots are like stupid when it comes to like walking up ramps and things like that. Okay. So, what should we work on first here? I think we'll do the reactored Hellion stuff. I just realized like my Hellions would be way more useful than using my mineral bank on Marines. So let's secret messages. Having an internal discussion with another bot author. Trying to get past the bots that are going to kill us. Right, so let's work on the reactored Hellions. So for that, go back to the build manager. So basically, I'm going to need a train factory units. So I'm going to need to decide when to build the reactor. I don't want it to slow down my first two battle cruisers. So I think first of all I need to build reactor after first two BCs started. And then just build Hellions when there is a mineral float. And then adjust Marine production code to Prioritize aliens. Okay. Which won't be done here, but just a reminder for myself. So I think I have a utility method for this. Is reactored? Yeah, there it is. Actually, don't I have a pre-built list for factories? I think I do. Factory list. There we go. So there'll only be one factory. If there's no factories, then just exit out of here. So there's my factory, and then, okay, so if the factory is reactored, okay, if it's not reactored, then I check if I have at least 2 battlecruisers. My units of including producing is greater than or equal to 2. Then we build a reactor. Purchase queue.add a new purchase structure morph units dot factory tech lab. I think that's all I have to do. Abilities. Okay. Abilities dot build tech lab factory. Okay. I guess the other thing we need to make sure is that we're not actually in the process of building. Oh, we're not building tech labs, we're building reactor. Reactor factory. Okay. Let's make sure it's not already run in progress. So. And num structures purchased are queued. I feel like I had a check for this. Contains. What does this do? Checks the purchase queue to see if there is a production morph that has the production structure. Okay. So the production structure would be the factory. Okay, so if I got at least 2 battlecruisers and this factory's not already queued up to build a reactor, then I'll add a reactor. That looks fine. And then I just need to build Hellions. So if unit utils, I think can structure produce. I think this handles reactor structures. Yeah. So if it already has 2 orders, okay. For reactored, okay. So this factory can produce. Then we train a Hellion. Abilities dot train Hellion. And then I guess we gotta also check the resourcing and everything. We can borrow that from the other method, like we did with Marines. If I can afford it, yeah, something like that. So if I can produce a factory, or if a factory can produce, and I can afford a Hellion, don't need this. Yeah, and then the mineral ratio is at a point where I'm floating more minerals than I need for battlecruisers. And then I think maybe if we just order this in front of the, well, yeah, so our thing in barracks is we need to make sure. No, not here. When we add more barracks, we don't want to add more barracks unless the factory is also active. Alright, so only if all the barracks and factories are active do we add more barracks. Alright, that should work. Let's give it a try. Is it legal to do an SC? Yes, it is, because these bots do not run on BattleNet. We're actually using the API provided by Blizzard. It's one that AlphaStar used. I deleted Marine Basic because it's not being used. If it's not being used, then why is this method using it? Do close wall to all units. I don't know. There's no way this was actually working correctly, because I'm pretty sure I never had a Marine Basic object. We'll just switch to that. Okay. Yeah, so it's using the same API that AlphaStar used. AlphaStar got special permission to work on. Oh, it is being used. Oh, okay. Let's why was the constructor grayed out then? I didn't think I used this anymore. And how do I bring back a deleted a deleted class? This is something I haven't done before. Okay. Unfortunately, Git is kind of new to me. Let's submit all these changes except the deletion of Marine Basic. I don't even know what was in this. It's too long since I updated. GC Rush added. Colin tweaks. Sure. Git restore. Probably. Just on Friday, I was going to go over this tutorial on the Git command line, and then I never ended up doing it. Would have come in handy for today. Yeah, commit anyways. It's just warnings. Well, and actually there's errors as well because of this problem. Okay. Just don't want to mess up. So merge incoming changes into current branch. Yes. That doesn't look right. There it is. How do I? It's in my local history. I didn't even have to go to Git. Now what do I do to bring it back? Revert, maybe? Reverted to deleting. Ah, there it is. I probably had like scrolled like this or something. I'm like, oh, the constructor's not even used. I guess I never used that object because it's grayed out. Meanwhile, there's another constructor right above it. Okay. So did that fix all the errors? Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Lewis. I have zero confidence when it comes to Git, so I'm not going to update from Git because I'm not sure if that will just overwrite all my changes I've been doing for the last few weeks. I have no idea how it works exactly. Because I definitely have a lot of local changes that aren't committed to any repository. But that local history thing worked, so good enough. Okay, let's give this a shot now. I forgot even what we're testing. It's building Hellions with the BC build. Would you have the bot do the gas trick with a bunker for the Raven build? I would like to do a lot of things with cargo stuff like bunkers and medevacs. I cannot for the life of me figure out how to get access to that in the Java API. You have to do, basically we only have access to like unload all button. We can't like see what's inside of bunkers and medevacs, and we can't unload individual units, which I think I'd require for that. It requires something called the feature layer, and people have done it in like C# and C++. You know, we're all these APIs are based off the same stuff, so it should be possible for my API, but I don't know if it was ever built into it, and if it is, I don't know how to access it. I'm hoping one of the smarter Java devs working figures it out at some point. Yeah, I mean, the bunker mining's fine. It's not a big deal. We can still speed mine to the gas, which I do when I have less than 3 in gas. And the bunker mining only works on bases where, like, it's only useful if the 2 gas guys are right next to each other, like here and here. So on a map like this, you wouldn't be able to use it. But yeah, Micro Machine's the only bot that does it, and it's pretty cool. He basically uses 4 workers on the 2 gas and gets almost the same gas income as you would from 6 workers. Alright, so fusion core is on the way. As soon as that completes, we'll start 2 battle cruisers. 1 and 2. Boom. Okay, I just queued up a whole ton of reactors, but at least my bot's smart enough to cancel all the other ones that were queued up. I saw for a second here, just like spammed build reactor. But I guess as soon as I start the first one, the other ones are smart enough to cancel. Alright, next starport, Yamato's on the way. And yeah, 2 Hellions building at a time. Nice. Once the minerals got above 4:3 ratio with gas. Killing the queen while staying out of spore range. That's nice. Same deal with the hydras, kind of trying to kill one while staying out of range of others. SPC, I think, is trying to get home because it's low. Yeah. Working on the hydrogen. Very good. Let's check out the aliens are producing. Marines are producing. Change into use. I think my logic right now moves out at over 190 to supply or when I have 20 Marines. But since I'm building mostly Hellions now, I don't think I'll ever reach 20 Marines. Is that a spire going down over here? It is. So why isn't this guy going for it? He is now. Okay, I want to take a look at this replay. I think when the spire's in the fog of war, my bot's not considering it a priority target. I'm pretty sure I set the range to like acquire the spire to be like really, really far. So he shouldn't have been just like sitting on that hatchery. Kind of interested. What happens when I reach 190 supply? What are these Hellions going to do? Not sure if my generic code will work well or not. I'm hoping some of them get split off as like harass Hellions, because then they'll go from like base to base looking for like either clockwise or counterclockwise on the map, and then they'll find the hidden bases, which my BCs have trouble with. Hopefully I get to 190 supply before the game ends. Okay, there they go. Yeah, so it looks like someone just went straight on the attack, but yeah, a whole bunch of them turn into harass Hellions. So that's nice, they will find any hidden base. So we definitely need to move out earlier. Maybe we don't make Marines and barracks at all, actually. Yeah, well, I mean, extra hatcheries finishing I think will probably be good for this build. Because the goal is to make him run out of anti-air. So kill off his existing anti-air, kill off his tech that can make anti-air. So any resources he's dumping into like drones, ground units, hatcheries, that's all good for me, I think. I guess it does give him more larvae. Yeah, so I think we can just load up that replay. Open in Explorer. I do want to take a look at why that spire wasn't getting attacked. and see if the, what registered it getting attacked was when it entered my vision. Yeah, I mean, that's even standard in human play. You jump the battle cruisers in, you don't let them finish the spire. You just keep moving around looking for the spire. Because if you can keep the spire from completing, then you can usually just overwhelm spores and queens. What if they reach your doorstep before you have enough NEBCs? Yeah. Yeah, this is definitely not a good build. It's not a solid build I made. I made it like stupidly greedy, and it's all about just jumping BCs in my opponent's face. It'll die to any Ling, any Zerg aggression. Like, I go CC first, I build a bunker with 2 Marines afterwards. That's not going to hold anything. But, maybe even a base trade will work out well for me, though. Who knows? I do attack pretty early. Like, 520, I've usually got my BCs in his base. So, unless he attacks before 520, at minimum will be a base trade. Yeah, I'll probably base it more on the amount of Hellions I have, maybe. Or maybe just always send out the Hellions. They're pretty quick units. They're good at staying alive on their own. And they can just poke around, maybe find some drone kills here and there. Maybe distract the Hydras and Queens. Like, really, they're just leftover minerals. They're not really key to the victory, so I'm not sure. Obviously, just sitting on 3,000 minerals is not a good addition to the build, but maybe just Hellions doing whatever is a good addition. Why am I got this going so slow?
Command center upgrade complete.
Yeah, float your orbitals. Yeah, or maybe just even float structures to the corners.
Add-on.
It's not something my bot actually does. My bot will float orbitals, but the orbitals will try to land where they originally came from. So they'll probably eventually die.
Add-on complete.
I don't think I'll get time to get to that, but maybe I'll add that to the if time allows list. Float structures to safe spots in BC Rush. Okay, so like right now, well, this BC's low, so that's not a good example. But let's say these two. Oh, I can see the spire now, though. Let's back up a bit. That's the spire, right? Yeah. So this guy, for instance, he's not going anywhere. Jumps in. Yeah, just attacking this. Just popped into vision. Now he's heading right towards it. Yeah, it must be when it's in the fog of war. Whatever list I'm grabbing it from doesn't contain those units. See, the moment this thing changes direction, he'll go towards it. Right there. Yeah. Okay. So that's a bug. Battlecruiser harass. Get enemy targets near. Yeah. This method only includes visible units, not snapshots. Snapshots are units in the fog, like structures in the fog of war. Probably have another method I can use here. This looks in the all enemies map. That should include snapshots, I think. What's wrong here? Let's try that out. So if there's a hydrogen and a spire, which one do I want to go after first? The closer one, the lower health one? The lower health one might be hard to figure out because if it's in the fog of war, I don't know the health. Let's just go after the closer one. So the distance between the battle cruiser and the target. Okay, let's give that a try. Let your bot build new bases your first 2 run low. I had that and I got rid of it. I feel like the chance of expanding to a 3rd versus these top Zerg bots is almost nil. So I'm just gonna be wasting resources. That's what I was originally doing with my mineral float, is just getting more bases and more gas so I can get more BCs. The other thing is, by the time taking a 3rd base actually equates to more battle cruisers, takes so long that it's really not relevant to the fight. So, you gotta set it up, you gotta build the gas, you gotta saturate the gas, you gotta mine the gas, and then you gotta build the extra starports, and then finally you're starting to get more BCs out of them, out of that extra gas income. Usually by that point the game's won or lost. But no, my bot will start distance mining to like over here once I start losing mineral patches in my main and natural. Yeah, I don't suspect the Hydras are going to be killing any Hellions. My bot will scan for burrowed units if there's literally nothing else that it can attack. And I haven't been able to test that code, but I think it'll work. I'll take a look at it again to make sure. Because I did notice versus some of these bots on the ladder, my bot was playing whack-a-mole. Like, a drone would unburrow, my BC would head towards it, then it would burrow again, so my BC would head away, and then it would unburrow, and my BC would go back towards it, and it would just get stuck in this loop. So if my BC doesn't see any targets around it except for like a burrowing unit, then it's going to scan. So that means in 99% of scenarios it's not going to scan burrowed units, because they can just shoot the hatchery or something instead. But if there's nothing left except for burrowed drones playing these stupid games, then they'll throw down a scan. Alright, BC jumps in. Takes out the queen, going to try to fight the spore while trying to stay out of range of the other spore. Very nice. I'm guessing this might be a Hydra den right there. I will prefer the spore though. Okay, now it's weak, so it's just going to prefer trying to get home, which it's not doing a good job of. I'm looking for like a Spire or a Hydra in the Fog of War. That would be ideal to be able to test this. Going after the Hydras. Man, do you have to... I'm still not sure about when I should be going after tech and when I should be going after anti-air. I just always go after anti-air before tech. I don't know if that's smart or not. Especially Spire is super dangerous. I think one thing I should probably change is I should go after tech before spore crawlers, I think. That might be a spire. Is it? No, looks too small. It's probably a spine or a spore. I don't know. I'm not seeing the problem, but I don't think the scenario's popped up again. I know I can do it right now. Let's just what's in the fog at the moment? Extractor. Oh, a spine crawler. Let's look for spine crawlers. Let's make sure this method actually finds them. So it was spine crawler. Okay, I found 4 spine crawlers. One, two. How did I find 4? What? Am I blind here? So the snapshot of a spine is different unit from the actual spine itself. I don't know. So it's probably going to think that there's 2 spires right on top of each other. One of them's a fog of war spire, one of them's a normal spire. That's a bug. Whenever I get vision of an area, it should clear the snapshots out. However, I don't think it'll cause any problems. Maybe it will. If it never clears out the fog of war spire, it'll just keep trying to kill it even though it doesn't really exist. Yeah, let's screw it. Let's not use one of those custom methods. I'll just write my own. Using the raw API. That way I know it'll work properly. So, Right, Spire. It's like get units, alliance equals enemy. Target unit type equals Spire or Hydralis Den. Okay, that'll work. Okay, what's next on the agenda as we test this? All right, we built the reactored Hellions. Let's make the BCs go home earlier. I feel they kind of get stuck in there and die. So let's make them even more scared of taking damage, I guess. Do repair. Yeah, so let's head home at like 175 hit points, I'll say. And where do we set the positions? Yeah, and then let's say like 225 hit points. We'll stop like engaging into enemy threats, like stop walking into spores and stuff to fight. So at 225 we start like flying safely around the enemy base, and then at 175 we try to get the heck out of there and get back home. Looks good to me. So that's done. All right, so yeah, when to use the Hellions. So basically, with the Hellions, they kind of attack when I tell my bot to go on offense, but also when I tell my bot to go on offense, it salvages the bunker. I'm not sure if that's a good idea. Oh, hang on. I need to get... What's that? That's probably a spire. Is it going after it? It's going after it. No. Changed his mind to go after the spore, which I think is correct given the logic I have, although I don't like that logic. Queen before spore. Now it goes after the spire. That was in the fog when it went after it. Okay, that worked. Go after a tech before spores. Okay, back to the Hellion logic. Right, so number of Hellions. So when did I push out? Maybe we just never turn the off. No. If we just turn the offense on when we get up to 190, but the Hellions we just always send them no matter what. As soon as they're built, they go out on the map. I think I like that. So the Marines stay back until I'm maxed. Okay. So let's simplify this a lot. So I think it will just do as simple as go on offense if my supply is above 190. Yeah, they don't have to be that crazy. We can say 170. So the Marines will stay at home. The bunker will stay up, which is kind of nice because I do have bunker repair that exists. And now we need to make sure that even if we're not on offense, I still want the Hellions to go do their thing. So I think we'll just create all the Hellions as harass Hellions. Where is that even done? Hellion harasser. So I think I just put an edge case in here, right? Looks like this preserves Hellions for part of the main army to match the number of Zerglings there are, and then the leftover Hellions become harass Hellions.
Target acquired.
So I think I can just say if, just hard code for this strategy, if the game plan equals BC rush, or if it's that special Hellion thing, then add Hellions. So I think for BC Rush now, it'll just always create these guys. Now, do I even call this code? Harassers on step? Yeah, I do. Okay. Once BCs go, Hellions should follow. Well, I don't even start the reactor on the factory until I start my first 2 BCs, so yeah, the Hellions would be after the first 2 BCs, I would think. I don't know, BCs build really slow, but I think I can build BCs faster than I can build a reactor and Hellions and have Hellions cross the entire map. That just seems likely to me. It might actually time out fairly close, which would be pretty cool, I guess. Because a lot of times the big thing that keeps the Hellions from being able to do any sort of drone harass is the fact that there's just the queen zoning it out the entire time. But if the queens are all being pulled back to deal with the BCs, then maybe it's an empty drone line for me. I think the way the Hellion harassers work is they'll fight lings and drones, and otherwise they just ignore everything else, and they'll move on to the next base if there's not either of those things are there. Actually, I don't even think they fight lings. They'll shoot lings or any other unit if they happen to be in range of them, but they usually just try to avoid all army at all times. So they'll try to circle around, but since lings are faster, they'll probably end up engaging them. Okay, let me switch windows here. Welcome to the stream, Kurgan. If we finish this early, I'll be doing some actual laddering. But it looks like I got a lot on my plates. Submission is in 4 hours. For Probots. I might have to use all the time. In fact, I probably will. Okay, so battlecruisers are on the way. That means reactor will get built. There it is. I did slow down my 3rd starport in my Yamato upgrade. Maybe I should get the reactor once Yamato is starting to research. That'd be better than doing it when I have 2 BCs. Anyways, I don't care too much about the battlecruisers, do I? Okay, that's potentially a hydrogen in the fog of war. Yeah, I definitely don't think I should be targeting spores before AA tech. I need to fix that. So right now it's too weak to engage the spore, but it's still trying to target the spore. So it's like, let me stay close to the spore, but I don't have the hit points to engage it. Alright, so the Hellions are not attacking. So let's see what's going on there. So that's for Banshee Harass. I mean, I should probably turn that off just to speed up my bot a little bit. There's obviously no Banshee Harass with this build. Oh. Yeah, I was checking to see if I'm on offense. Okay. Let's just rip this out altogether. Alright, so if I'm doing the BC rush and I have any extra Hellions, then I'm just going to add them as a Hellion harasser. Boom. Let's also add that reactor after Yamato's been started. But breakpoint on that add Hellion. So that would be in the build manager. Trying to remember where I have a helper for this. Probably use it here
Target
somewhere.
acquired.
Something along the lines of like, is this upgrade already being researched? Is upgrade queued? Not really what I want, because it's always queued. Alright, let's see if these Hellions work. Like, this sort of motion looks like they're being told to harass and then immediately told not to harass anymore. So there's probably something released in them because of that fact that we're not on offense. Alright, so that was under harassers. Alright, so we don't make this unreachable. Should be easy enough. Just make sure we always enter there. Man, I got something like... somewhere I know like what's being researched. I can't remember where I kept that stuff. Has upgrade time remaining. What does this do? Alright, this is what we can do. We can just look at the fusion core.
Target acquired.
Forget this pre-built method. Okay, so instead of checking if I have two battle cruisers, we're going to check to see if my units of type units.fusion core. What is it called? Weapon refit or something? Research battlecruiser weapon refit. So if all my fusion cores contain the current order of research weapon refits, trying to think if this logic still works if I have no fusion cores. If I have no fusion cores, do they all match that? No, they wouldn't. Okay. Okay, here we go. So we're testing two things. One is that the Hellions actually attack, and the other is that the reactor doesn't start until Yubano cannon's getting upgraded. Yeah, sometimes I kind of show what I'm doing and explain it well. Other times I just kind of do it and you guys are left to not know what's going on. Especially when I forgot to make the screen big. But this is Java. However, Python is the most supported language for building StarCraft 2 bots. Lots of documentation, well-developed frameworks, plenty of sample bots you can check out. So if you're interested, it'd be a fun project to learn Python with. Also lots of active bot authors, so lots of people to ask questions of. Okay, if this works, we're almost done with the BC rush, and I can move on to the other things I need to do. Java because I wanted to learn Java, or relearn Java. So that's why I built my bot in this. This was just a project to help me get back into Java programming again after not coding a line of code for like a decade, probably, at least. Probably more than a decade. All right, so Fusion Core completes, battle cruiser start. I already have a reactor. Okay, something effed up. Let's put a breakpoint here. So if it's not reactored, and if all my fusion cores have an order equal to battlecruiser weapon refit. If it's an empty list, do they all match that? That would be false. I always get mixed up on the all match and none match when it comes to empty lists. Let's see when this happens.
Target acquired.
Net migrated again. No, that was 19 hours ago. I don't know. 8-bit havoc. Okay, so that reactor got built early.
Target acquired.
Yeah, a lot of new followers here. Hey, my follower image works on this scene now. I'm even testing obs while I'm doing this code. Yeah, it's got to be this line that's passing when it shouldn't. What else could it be? If it doesn't already have a reactor, the factory, if I don't already have the purchase ready to go, that's kind of irrelevant. And if my fusion core has an order of research battlecruiser weapon refit. I don't get it. Looks fine to me. Boom, just hit it. Factory just finished. Yeah, so the moment the factory finished, it passed that. So it must be because an empty list with all match. It always messes me up. So I guess the way all match works is it's saying like, okay, do any of your fusion cores not have this order? It's like doing the negative, right? So well, I have no fusion cores, so then that means I don't have a fusion core that doesn't have that order. Therefore, it must pass. It's like asking someone like, are any of your apples bruised? And the person's like, well, I don't have an apple, therefore none of my apples are bruised. That's kind of the idea that's happening here. But yeah, I know empty lists always mess with my mind to like do it logically in my head. I need to change the way I think about this. So I guess I can just check if it's empty, but there's probably a way to do this in one line. Oh, any match. That would do it. It's a... We only have one fusion core. Right, what'd I do? Why is this broken all of a sudden? No, because I did ... Okay. Okay, let me think the logic. Do any of your apples have bruises? I don't have any apples. Therefore, it's false. None of them. I don't have one that has a bruise. Okay. So if any of my fusion cores have this research going on, then I'll purchase it. Okay. My God. Edge cases will be the death of me. Do any of these Macintoshes have a byte taken out of the right side of them? All right. Still have a breakpoint there? Yes. Have you used Linux? I worked on one project where I had to use what was it? Ubuntu. So I'm sure it'll come back to me. the command line and how everything works in Linux, but I would not say I'm a comfortable or an expert or anything to do or anything like that in Linux. I'd be relearning the basics more or less if I had to work in that environment. I never even use a Mac until this job that I have coming up. I assume that'll be very simple to learn, but I've always just been with Windows, even in development, and Windows is not typically used much for development. Okay, so we just hit the breakpoint right at the moment the weapon refit started for the Yamato cannon upgrade. So that's perfect. There's the reactor. Okay. So it doesn't slow down our third starport or Yamato or our first two BCs. So I think this is the perfect time to get the reactor. It does cost 50 gas, and eventually gas is the bottleneck for BCs, but whatever. It's 1/6 of a battle cruiser. I think I can spare that amount. Only building one Hellion, but that's just because of the minerals right now aren't really banking yet. Does this Hellion go right away? Boom, there it goes. Awesome. Yeah, now it's at the point where the gas is really becoming the bottleneck, so the Hellion production should be non-stop, I would think. The nice thing is that they spot this base, so now this becomes a new potential jump point for the BCs. Yeah, so the Hellions are just afraid of the roaches and Ravagers, and I think that's fine. They keep them distracted. And maybe the Hellions get to sneak in at some point. Obviously, like this is just the Blizzard AI I'm playing. A real bot will probably handle the Hellions very differently. But just the fact that they find all the bases, I think, is perfect. And that also means the BCs will be a lot better at finishing the game. Sometimes they just kill off all the bases they know about, but there's ones they don't know about, and they just never go looking for them. I always relied on the Marines at the end to do that. But now with the Hellions like going clockwise and counterclockwise from base to base, I think everything should get spotted. And I do like that we don't salvage the bunker to go on offense. So now I have bunker, I have the ability for my SCVs to repair the bunker if I get attacked. Oh, these Hellions even come back to get repaired. I didn't know that. Hidden features in my own bot that I forgot I wrote. So that's 180 supply, so there goes my, or wherever it was, 170 supply. So now the Marines go out as well. I think the only reason I'm sending out Marines is to finish the game faster. And I think if I reach 170 supply, that should mean that I've won the game. If I send out the Marines and then just get overrun by roaches and lings, that would suck. But the one thing I like about the Marines is they're good enough to hunt down the final structures. Okay. I think I already did that. That I haven't done. Change the logic. Alright, so let's separate the spores from the rest of the anti-air. So still, we'll go after like queens and mutas and hydras and stuff before going after spire, but we should at least go after the spire before spores. Spores are not a threat. They don't really move. So let's go back to that giant method. Battle cruiser harass. Yeah, this one. Oh, Hydras, Queens. What other anti-air is there? If it's not Hydras and Queens. Mutas, Corruptors. Mutas, Corruptors. What else shoots up? Mutas, Corruptors, Spores is what this would cover. So I think I still want to attack mutas and... Man, what if my BCs ends up chasing mutas around the whole map? That would suck. If like the muta's just staying just barely out of range of the BC, then the BC's like just chasing it forever. Okay, let's... So this would be mutas. Spores. I think that's better. So go after the Hydras, then the Queens, and the Corruptors, then we'll pick off the Tech, then mutas and Spores, then drones, Overlords, any other army unit, and then just any other Zerg unit in general, like extractors and hatcheries and stuff. This is very specific, but I feel like this is the key part of the battlecruiser rush, is really targeting the correct things in the correct order. And even Hydras. My BCs could end up chasing Hydras. If the Hydras decide not to engage, they could probably almost permanently stay out of BC range. At least they're ground units. They might get walled in by terrain. But the last thing I want my BCs doing is like forever chasing a unit that it can't actually catch up to. Hopefully that doesn't happen. Okay, so corruptors. I didn't make a mistake here, did I? Oh, yes, I did. Because I was using the same math to figure out which corruptor to go after as I did for the queen. And the queen has, like, his math involves the energy. So I just want... Oh, I did the same mistake here too. Gotta stop copying and pasting. Hydras are 90 health. And corruptor. What are corruptors? 220? I don't think that code ever gets reached anyways, but corruptor C2. Their health is 200. Very good Yamato target. Gets almost the full value of the Yamato, and it's the most deadly target to BCs. Did I ever test this math for the queens too? So 175 minus their health. So the less health they have, the larger this number is, and then we multiply it by how many, 75 times how many transfuses they have. Or we add it to 75 times how many, and then we take the maximum. Okay, so that would get the queen with the least amount of health and the most energy. Is the target. Okay. Okay. Looks good. And I think that's it for the BC rush. That's as good as it's going to get. I guess we run it one more time just to make sure everything looks cool. Now we need to move on to other things. Alright, so my idea is to take the Ghost Hellbat build and make it more like Ghost Marauder. And then add in Hellenes as well. So there's going to be no tanking units. I'm going to rely on just my range and my ability to slow units with Concussive Shell. And I got 3 hours to do that. Turn off nuking versus Eris. Yeah, new build order. It's not going to be focused on building as many ghosts early on as possible. These Zergbots love the Burrowed Roach play, so I think I need to get a Raven out. Raven positioning issues. And then the Marauder, I think I need to... I probably have something for it because I built Marauders at one point. But I'm going to kind of build some micro for the Marauder, especially trying to make conch shells work well. And I need to upgrade conch shells as well. Okay, so fusion core starts. Reactor builds on the factory. That's good. So what are we really looking for? I guess the main thing we'll probably see in this change is my BC should ignore the spores whenever there's tech around. Queen first. Nice. Now immediately after the Hydroden, skipping the spores. Yeah, I like that. Like, spores isn't a threat that gets worse over time. Army units, when they gather together, get worse over time. They, once they get a critical amount, they can overwhelm BCs. Tech can lead to a lot of army units, but the spores are just, they're spores. They never get stronger or weaker. So they're not high priority. They also can't kill my BCs when they're weak, because the BCs will just, my BCs can try to run away from Hydras and fail, but they won't fail running away from a spore. Unless they somehow trap themselves in the corner of the map or something. I guess that's another cool thing is, like, by the time, since I don't go after them right away, by the time I do try to kill the spore, I should have Yamato done. Alright, so that abandoned the spore because it's a Hydrogen going up. I like that. Hellions are doing their thing. Just being annoying. Which is all I asked for of the extra minerals. Bunker staying up. Marines are there. But it's still adding on barracks. I'm adding on barracks rather than factories because factories cost gas. I can add barracks and marines without stealing any of my BC gas. All right. Looks good enough to me. Let's double check there's no errors being thrown. Anything red? No. Guess the only final thing is, do the Marines still push out at 170 supply? Yep, as soon as that is salvaged, there they go. Moist. So I think we'll just edit the existing Ghost Hellbat build rather than create a new one. Heckians. lures the army away and buys you time. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's kind of what, in the bot world, what Phoenix and Zerglings can do. You have like Zerglings that just never die, or Phoenix that never die, just because they're faster than everything that can shoot them, so they can just run away forever. I know that's what annoyed like human players like Hearthstone when they played our bots. It's like whenever they saw a Hellion, they would like try to kill it and they just couldn't. It's like it's fast. You can't kill it. They'll just permanently stay out of range. Okay. Where to start? I guess with the build order. Let's take a look at build order we got going on for Ghost Hellbat. So, Depot Barracks. Actually, let's just watch a game of Ghost Hellbat rather than look at code. Vipers and Festers. Yeah, for anti-air units. I decided I don't care about Vipers and Festers because in a BC Rush build, I'm never going to be facing Neural Parasite. That's just like way too deep in the tech tree. Even Vipers themselves are really deep in the tech tree. And Vipers also aren't really a threat to battlecruisers. Like Abduct and Parasitic Bomb just won't do much in like a BC Rush build, even if you could get Vipers out. Ravagers is the one thing that maybe I should be targeting because of their biles. Especially as the way I mapped biles doesn't take into account how fat battlecruisers are. So they think they moved out of bile range, but you know, it still catches the wing of the BC. All right, so actually before we start, there's one other thing I wanted to change. In that BC Rush build, and that is when the BCs are fleeing, I want them to give extra wide berth. Oh, it's already extra wide. Never mind. Okay. Alright, let's take a check at this Ghost Hellbat build. So it's Depot Barracks Command Center. So I open kind of gasless. This will make it a little bit tougher to get to Raven. I think I need to get the bio out and I need to get one Raven out if I'm facing this sort of roach burrow roach play, which is so powerful in the bot meta. Then we take the double gas. Marines, Ghost Academy. Now we're adding more barracks. And maybe we can kind of we can hard counter our opponents a little bit. I don't think either of these guys do things like 12 pools, just because that's so easy for most bots to handle. Which probably means we're kind of safe to do a CC first. I could kind of do it like the, oh man. But then I got 2 builds that are super greedy. That's not good. Maybe I'll make this one not greedy at all. Maybe like gas barracks 111. So it looks like only after we have 2 barracks producing ghosts do we go factory starport. I do like that's opening Raven. This is pretty close to what we could use actually. Actually, I don't even mind the opening with a lot of ghosts early, just because it's so much. You build up so much energy, which is really nice for the ghosts. I guess if we don't have Hellbats, though, our snipe is going to get interrupted a lot more frequently. Yeah, it's got to be a lot less about the ghosts and the snipe. It's going to have to be more about the marauders dealing with the roaches, the marauders and the ravens for detection. Ghosts are just like a bonus. I guess we could cut the ghosts altogether even. Ooh, that fungal. Turned off all my snipes. Let me watch a game versus Evil Zoe where I use this ghost build. Does your bot have the concept of unit squads? Not really. I have like code here and there in parts where like certain units try to stay closer to other units. Like when I have tanks, like my army won't travel far away from the tanks. They try to stay near, like protect the tanks. But for the most part, every unit is like individually doing its own thing. And if you give them similar commands, then they usually end up in similar places. But for the most part, they got their own. It's an army where every soldier has its own brain. The opposite of every real world army. Alright, let's Evil Zoe. Ghost. Yeah, not a good win rate. Loss. Only one of them actually has a replay though. I guess they're all from a long time ago. That is part of the problem with the Hellbats too. Like Hellbats tried to, usually for most units, Hellbats try to stutter step forwards, so they can't be kited, and so they get more splash damage. But the rest of my units are usually trying to kite backwards, and that end result is that the Hellbats usually just kind of walk off and die while the rest of my units are safe in the back, and they don't really fight together very well. Confidence level rising? No, that was my bot that lost every game. We're going to try the BC build versus Evil Zoe as well. I know one of the reasons I lost Evil Zoe is because of his worker rush. So at least we've solved that problem. Oh, look at that beautiful mining. He's like doubled up on all the close patches. With speed mining. Okay. I thought he was doing speed mining differently. That's more or less what I do. Alright, what build did you say he was doing? He did not. Grab drilling. So it looks like we just got overwhelmed at the start. This is not one of the builds that Evil Zoe does well against me with, though. So I don't think he's going to bring this to the tournament. I wish that we had another replay to look at. But this is the only game versus my Ghost build that has a replay. Come on, snipe. Let's move on to choosing builds. This Ghost Hellbat fix might be too much. Okay, so okay, so for tournaments, I pick builds that are unused from the list. And if they've all been used, then I pick the winningest game plan. Okay. So the important ones are going to be Evil Zoe, my next opponent, and Eris. So right now, we got BC Rush is probably the one thing they'll work against. Has a chance versus both of them. -0 is almost certainly who I'll run into in the finals. And yeah, those are the 3 builds we're going to try. Yep, that's what I want against Micro Machine too. And then what about for everyone else? So if there's nothing there, it's going to return a game plan of none. Okay, and then if game plan equals none, it's going to choose it the way it normally chooses for ladder. Perfect. Winningest. Totally a word. Square off with... Okay, well, let's bring out the bracket. I do have one of the highest win rates versus Eris, but my win rate is 8%. So I've also lost like the last 40 in a row or something like that. What's that site where brackets are on? I could probably find it in my Discord. Okay, good enough. So this is the final 8. So we face Evil Zoe this coming week. Next up, I mean, Eris has like 100% win rate versus like everyone, so he's most likely going to be the next opponent. I hope BenBot PC makes it through. My bot has no issues with BenBot PC. And then in the finals, like the heavy favorite here is -0. Tier's a wild card. He likes to pull out strange builds. Actually, so is Dominion Dog. Although, what I heard from Dominion Dog is that he's worried about Micro Machine. I thought since Micro Machine's inactive and Dominion Dog is pretty good sniping other bots, that he would have something for Micro Machine, but he seems worried that he won't get through. But I gotta feel the end result is -0 gets here. So I think it's going to be Evil Zoe, followed by Eris, followed by -0. Which is literally the 3 bots that have the highest win rate versus me. So we definitely want to pull out the BC Rush versus Evil Zoe, because if we save it for Eris, we may not ever see it. I guess the one thing I wanted to check is if my worker rush defense still works with this BC rush. Sometimes I turn things on and off with these hacky builds, and I might be missing it. So let's see. Where's that A move bot again? Let's use that thing. And we'll use BC rush. All right, just loading up now. Oh, I forgot I spawned extra drones. So it's 27 drones. All right, so it's doing the... Wait, my bot's not doing the BC rush. What did I mess up? Oh, I did turn that turning mode on. Let's actually test that. All right. Make sure it works when I don't actually have a pre-selected strategy. Because I might run into bots I don't have a plan for. You never know what's going to happen in a tournament bracket. Okay, where are we? So F8, tourney mode is on, so we go in here. F7, this should return a game plan of none. Mech all in. That's not good. Well, I guess that's still fine, actually. When it finds the winningest plan, it doesn't look at the subset of strategies I told it to look at. But it'll just pick the best ladder build, so... Well, no, that's not good, actually. Okay, so this is the list of game plans. Okay, right away, if game plans is empty. Oh, it's an array. If game plans dot length equals 0, we'll just return game plan none. Let's handle that right away. So there we get the opponent's records. Okay, that sends in a search filter, and the filter says... Okay, so we need to kind of do the same thing for this. We need to pass in a filter. Just a predicate. Okay, so we're finding the winningest record, but also with this filter, and this filter says it's got to be in that list we originally set. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I think the default is my bot picks the highest win rate strategy, so long as it didn't lose the previous game with it. So it'll pick like the 90% win rate build until it loses, and then it'll pick the next best build. And then if it loses with that, I'll go back to whatever the best one is. And if it builds up, starts losing a lot, it'll obviously not be chosen anymore because it'll stop being the highest win rate build. But for tournaments, I kind of like set it up where I can more specifically set the order. Alright, so tournament game plan is tournament mode. We go in here. It should be empty, which is true, so it returns none. Then we go into Zerg. Boom, it equals none, so then it goes and picks it the normal way. Looks good to me. Alright, we made it a more realistic 22 A-moved drones versus the Terran. Oh, but still doing the wrong build. Mass mine opener. No, it's still selecting the build correctly. It's just not using my hard-coded build, which I use for testing. Yes, let me just turn off that tourney mode since it's messing with my hard-coded build selection. When you do bot versus bot, you gotta close the windows manually. And try again. Let's get rid of that breakpoint too. Yeah, I mean, bots aren't developed that much, or randomization is important. The ability to do different things is important though, which is what I worry. Like, even if my BC Rush works versus Eris, what happens when he loses with it? Right, his bot's probably gonna make adjustments in the next games, and having one build may not be enough, even if it does work. And that's a long shot because Eris is pretty unbeatable. Okay, so Worker Rush still works even if I'm doing BC Rush, which I am doing, right? Yeah, BC Rush. And we can even, with the proper micro, kill off double the worker count. We killed off 22 workers with 13, and we still had like 8 workers remaining. Okay, so the Zoe with Worker Rush, hopefully we got covered. So also, I don't want to spit out my win rates, I don't think, in Probots. If it's not real time, no, that's right. And it's not tournament mode. Okay. So that leaves us with 2.5 hours to make some sort of build to deal with a whole ton of burrowed roaches. I think we're going to edit the ghost hellbat build. And oh man, do we just create a new build? What about like Marauder hellbat? Hellbats. Maybe Marauder Hellion. I feel like the Hellbats will just die to the roaches. And I think that's too different from the Ghost Hellbat build, so I'll just create a whole new, brand new build from scratch. See what we can do in 2 hours. This may be something that we're not going to use at all, as I don't know if I have the time to actually make it any somewhat decent. But let's go for it. Let's start with the build order. Well, let's start with creating a new game plan first of all. And it'll be Marauder Hellion. And then strategy. We won't add it here unless we know it's actually going to be working. Okay, let's go straight into a build order. So I want this one to be a little less greedy, as I want it to be able to handle the rushes as well. Yeah, that's fine. We can keep it like this. So some Marauder Rush. We'll do a Marauder Hellion opener. So I think we'll probably take an early gas. So we'll go Depot, Refinery, Barracks. Orbital. Probably get a bunker with this. Maybe not. Yeah, let's skip the bunker. Command centers. We'll stay on one gas and get the command center fairly early. So I guess that'd be after the factory. Another refinery. We'll probably need a barracks or something. So depot, refinery, barracks, orbital factory, command center. Then we take our second gas. Sure, we got a starport in here somewhere. I'm gonna need another depot in here. Probably like there. I'm just gonna have to test this out a few times to get the order of these things correct. Actually, when the command center finishes, it'll add a morph itself. That's fine. I don't think we want to take our extra gases until we get a third command center. Something like that. How does that look? Depot, gas, barracks. I mean, we can certainly afford the next depot before the orbital. Orbital. Factory is... We can get the factory right out to the barracks, can't we? I think we can. Command center. This is going to be thrown off a little bit too because of the barracks will be requiring tech labs. Let's see what that looks like. There's a bracket issue here somewhere. Okay. Let's give this a try. Man, bro, roach play is so strong. I think if we can figure that out easily, then we'll give these Zerg bots a run for their money. Just because you can always burrow the roach when it gets low in health, and then they regen health at a crazy rate while they're burrowed. And it just chose Raven Cyclone. Did I turn that tourney mode back on again? I did. All right, so it's Depot, Refinery, Barracks. With speed mounting, I should be able to build the barracks immediately after the depot, which is kind of cool. It's only got 2 in gas. Orbital. Command center. Barracks. Starport. Okay. Oops, I didn't have it showing. It looked terrible anyways. Okay, let's just dumb this down really far. Don't care about that stuff. Add-on is required. Yep. If I can afford the Marauder. Okay, good enough. So Something flew my factory away too, but I need that factory. Yeah, the more I'm looking at the time, I'm not sure if I can be able to do this. Maybe just BC rush for everyone, for those two Zerg players. We'll give it half an hour and see what we get. I think we got the second gas earlier as well. Alright, let's just take a look. Problem is I have a calculation which like looks at my minerals and gas and decides how many workers I need in gas at any one time. So it's hard to predict what that's going to do during a build order. The second depot. Orbital. Yeah, I got 400 before the factory. Command center ended up being before the factory. Yeah, I think I'm gonna get the second gas. We do have the tech lab now. Yeah. Third CC later, more gas. Oops. Depot gas, barracks gas. Orbital depot factory. Command center is not going to be for a while. Squeeze in a barracks there. Starport. Probably fit in here. Double racks, double refinery. Third CC. Maybe not even have that in the build order. Let my normal stuff pick that up. What's the goal here? We need Marauders, 1 Raven, and Medivacs. I guess I should probably stay on 2 barracks before I take my 3rd command center. I feel like a starport, 3 racks, and a factory means I'll never end up saving up 400 for a 3rd base. Interesting that's not building Marauders. I'll have to look at that code. No, it kicks in. It's after the build order completed, it only started making Marauders. Okay, let's go back. Oops, I wasn't showing that. Oh well. Yeah, back to the build manager. Oh, do you know what else worked once versus Zoe was SCV Rush. I can try that out. Ignore purchase queue saving. Alright, that should get them building as part of the build. And then the factory will be similar to this, right? Similar to the BC Rush. I'm just going to be pumping out Hellions. I think we just get the reactor right away. Boom. Otherwise we build Hellions and we don't care about the bank. We'll need some sort of logic here to get the right ratio of Marauders to Hellions, but I'm not too worried about that yet. Okay, let's give this a shot and actually change the view. Yeah, what else we need more? More BM chat. That's what we need. This should not be built here though. For that reason. Gotta make sure the barracks are using the correct locations. They gotta use the same locations as like the factories and starports. So I guess starport before command center is based on the resourcing. And we probably stay on 2 gas. We forgot to call this method. Okay, let's change that build order again. So no third barracks, starport before command center. Eh. Okay, and let's make our starports actually produce as well. Okay. Produce. Be similar to this actually. Might even be exactly the same. Let's just use this. Ghost Hellbat build, got the Ravens we needed, the Vikings we needed, and otherwise medevacs. That sounds just about right. Evil Zoe. Yeah, I think I'm probably ready not to do this build. There's just not enough time. There's going to be so many little things I'll need to work on. It'll be easier to build in the BC rush because I can reuse a lot of existing code. So maybe it's possible, but I wouldn't even trust it. Gotta make sure the barracks is not built on the wall. But as long as you spawn the top, it's not gonna be too bad. But yeah, that third comes out too quickly. My god, bot says piling on gas. Here's the raven we needed. Yeah, I don't think I have the time. I don't really feel that motivated either. Let's do something else. In fact, let's just delete everything we wrote as well. Just in case it conflicts. Because nothing here is too important anyways. If we remove the game plan, then we should be able to find all the code where there's issues, like there. Okay. So given that we're not doing this, we could try to map dead space for battle cruisers. I kind of feel like just stopping. Let's with only a couple hours left, let's actually put it up on AI Arena. See how it does versus Eris. Maybe we got a couple hours to fix an issue if it does work. Okay. Yeah, I guess 2 days of coding this and my energy just level just dropped to like 0. All right, let's create the bot here and upload it. Maybe on the homepage we can get an idea of who's working on the bots right now. Dominion Dog, Ben Bot, -0. Harris updated 7 hours ago. Oh, BC Rush versus the alternate bot of Eris. This might be interesting. Not my most up-to-date BC Rush. Didn't get all those changes like the Hellion stuff, but Dominion Dog has been testing against tier. Oh, that must mean he's confident you're going to be -0. In the long shot that I actually make the finals, I'm expecting to run into -0. But there's two bots you can never count out, and that's Tier and Dominion Dog. The bot's most likely to come up with something brand new or something crazy. This bite actually, since it's not opening Mass Roach, might even be stronger than Eris versus the BC Rush. Because it's basically the same bot as Eris, I think. It's just picking a strategy that's... Actually, I don't even know what it's doing. I thought this was supposed to be the cheesy version of Eris. Doesn't look very cheesy right now. 4 base. That burrowed drone thing might actually work against Eris. Keeps him alive, it also means keeps his money down. Especially as I spread out my BCs between different bases. He has so many bases. Oh my god. Do we lose the first 2 battlecruisers? Yeah, this is a very old version of my bot. It's still making Raven as well. Yeah, if Eris plays like this, I'm feeling pretty good. Because my Hellions will catch all these extra bases. My BC survival is working better now than what it shows here. I'll be more focused on taking down the Hydra Den. Marines are forever chasing the Overseer. Maybe we'll find out if that scan code works. Doesn't look like it is. Oh wait, I just heard a scan. I like 1040. Ah, okay, it is working. Yeah, so when the only targets around the BC is a burrowing target, then they'll throw down a scan. So I won't do it often, but we'll do it in the like...
Our SCVs are under attack.
We'll do it enough that the BCs won't get stuck permanently chasing drones that are popping up and down. These poor Marines. One day we'll catch the Overseer. No, there's no bots on BattleNet, but there is a competitive bot scene outside of BattleNet. And if you want to play the bots, there is a method to do so. It's just, it's not something you can, load up in BattleNet though. You gotta run it locally. Should we queue up a game? Let's What am I doing here? Let's add that SCV rush. Versus Evil Zoe. Yeah, this is the SCV rush versus Zoe, so not bad. We looked at this game already. This is the one where, like, at the end of the fight, it was actually pretty close. He had like 5 drones remaining. I had like 2 SCVs. And so it ended up being a 15-minute game. And then it looks like when I tried again, it won. Micro Machine, I think, might actually be a problem for me. My win rate is close to 50% against him, but not quite there. Luckily, he's on the other side of the bracket. Yeah, so I think that's all we got versus Eris. Oh man, I should get ready to submit this bot actually. Let's find the download link. So I did mess it up last time. Man, there's so many people in the world who don't know their email address. I get so many emails that aren't for me, which means people are like signing up to things with my email. And like not spam, like, but like very specific personal messages. We're gonna need text document called dropbox.text. And then we're gonna need a changelog. Well, what did we change? Brand new BC Rush all in. Because F your roaches. This is just so the casters of the tournament know what has changed. What else did we do? Better auto turreting logic. Marine micro improved. Almost everything was like the BC rush. Not much else. I guess it was a very one theme heavy change. I feel like there was another major update I did. Something that won't even be relevant for the next 2 rounds, but I fixed something major. What the heck was it? I don't know. Okay. No swear words. Right, so we're going to have to clean up the bot data. Make sure the ones I'm doing the tournament stuff for. Would you like your bot data from the previous rounds erased? Yes. Change logs. Well, I don't know. I want you to use the data I'm uploading. So this probably isn't relevant. Okay, yeah, let's fix the data. So take the ladder data, use it all for use the existing data for all the other bots, but for the ones I'm doing selected builds for, I need to change everything to 0 and 0. So that was for Zoe, Evil Zoe, Eris. So Evil Zoe's 9CF. This one. Oh wait, I'm in the wrong place. SCV rush, 0 and 0. And then BC rush, 0 and 0. And then Eris, it's this one. I mean, there's only one build, so versus Eris. Only one we're trying anyways. That will be BC Rush. And then Micro Machine, 1E0D. Huh? It's not there. Oh no, 81FA. Zero and 0, Tank Viking, 0 and 0. It's probably smart enough I don't have to do this, but Just want to be sure, as I haven't tested it. And who else? -0. 710. Not using that one, or that one, or that one. Rain Rush, Macallan, Bunker Contain Strong. Okay. All right. Then I can just send in this as my data. I don't understand. Okay. Data. Boom. Please enter a value. Would you like your bot's data from previous rounds erased? Well, yes, because I want to use this data. It's kind of... Hope they get this right. Okay. Game theory optimal SC2. I don't know, I'm pretty happy with the BC rush. At least we got something going for us. Could have been worse. Could have been give up and have no chance versus Eris, or even Evil Zoe. Had a BC rush tie versus Small Bly. He worker rushed me at 2 minutes. How did it end up in a tie? He probably killed me and then couldn't kill a floating structure. All right, let's test the waters. Let's request a game versus Eris. If he wasn't watching this stream, then we're letting the cat out of the bag now with what our new strategy is. try his test bot as well. And we'll try a match versus Evil Zoe. Maybe 2 matches. You want to see the game, the tie? I can almost guarantee that Small Bly won and then just couldn't finish it. Because I think I was doing my BC rush, which has no early defense, and Small Bly does like a Ling drone pull or something along those lines. Yeah, well, we'll take a look. So my first BC warps at like 520. I think Small Bly probably attacks like 2 minutes before that. How long does it take for a bot game to play out? It depends how fast the bots are and how fast the arena client is. Usually it's a little faster than real time overall. But depending on the bot, sometimes it's very quick. My bot's actually running super slow lately. I'm not sure why. They changed something on the arena client and my bot went from like 5 milliseconds per step to like 30 milliseconds per step. Yeah, I'm dead. I'm going CC first. And this build has... Oh, look at that. He puts a drone on the... Oh my gosh. SCV's putting up a fight. Against Lings too. The random queen is actually going to win the game for him. I can't kill a queen. I guess slowly, marine after marine, I might be able to do it. Oh, now we're dead. Round 2. Oh, maybe it never figures out how to get up my ramp. Maybe it gets stuck down here. We do have a wall. That's something. I think I see how it's going to be a tie now. Although, even if we both mine out 1 base, I don't think the in-game draw timer would hit this quickly, would it? Like, we're not going to mine out and hit the draw condition in the next 12 minutes. I think my bot's trying to build a fusion core here, but then they're saying, oh, it's not safe because there's queens there, so we're not going to build the fusion core. And since we're not building the fusion core, these starports never get built, never actually produce anything. Yeah, I think this is the draw. We probably just both mine out our 1 base and then the game ends. How come they aren't going up the ramp? Well, like, you know, like if a ramp is closed and you click into someone's base, your units will just pile into the corner. Well, that's like a nightmare to code around. Like as a human, we're just like, oh, they're running the wrong place. Then we just step onto the ramp first and then go up to the ramp. But for a very basic bot, like just a Ling Rush bot, I'm sure he's just trying to attack my spawn position Maybe a move towards my spawn, that's where your units end up. Versus a closed ramp. I can't believe my SCV's held though versus the drone ling pole. Alright, let's see if any of these games are done. Nope. They're all assigned to the client though. So they're all running at the moment. I don't think my BC Rush bot can win in less than 20 minutes. But it can certainly lose in less than 20 minutes. So I think the longer these games take to run, the better it's looking for my bot. Let's just go watch a random game. What's Tier up to on the ladder, I wonder? That's one of those outside shots, you know. May end up running into Tier if I make the finals and getting killed by some random stuff. I don't think he would show it on the ladder though, if he did have a whole bunch of secret surprises. Yeah, that's how Scarlet's bot got knocked out too. Her bot would often like 4-gate to victory and then wouldn't be able to get up the ramp and then they lose the game that way. Oh, so Tier's random, right? One, 1-1. It's gonna be a tank push, I guess. That can be strong. Tank push with Cloak Banshee. Dominion Dogs have done well with a push like this in the past. What do I have? That was a quick give up. How is that the optimal mining path for this SU? There he goes. Finally fixing it. I think Tier needs to push again or he's going to be dead. He's fallen behind economically in a big way. would you go a game against Micro Machine? I think I was supposed to have like a handful of Marines for this. To like deal with Micro Machine jumping on top of my tanks with his bio. But I'm not seeing the handful of Marines. Like there's literally none in the production tab. Maybe I broke that and maybe that's why I'm losing more often to him now. Can't you A move to a random position X distance from their current position? If the units don't attack for a while. Yeah, you can do all sorts of things if you plan for it. You gotta remember there's like, in the path of a decision tree, there's like millions of scenarios. So you see one scenario and it's like, oh, you just do if this, do that, you know? But you gotta remember there's like millions of things like that can pop up. So for the most part, you need to build things very generically. And like attacking towards your opponent's base usually is something generic. But yeah, there's certainly bots who have worked around the ramp issue. You know, they're smart enough if they can't enter the main base to like first get on top of the ramp and then get into the base. Have any of these games finished yet? No. Just the ladder game versus tier. Let's look versus Micro Machine. I mean, I don't think I'm going to end up playing the Micro Machine. But I am interested. Maybe a slightly longer game. I'm doing Tank Viking. Yeah, no loss. Perfect. Didn't know the deadline. What are we talking about? In your position, I'd be immediately recoding my bot to be able to win that instead of draw it. Yeah, I was just guessing that my bot wasn't able to build the fusion core. Who knows what happened? Like I lost a natural base. It's like a hacky build, that BC rush. Some of them are developed builds that can handle like many different scenarios. I don't think BC rush is one of them. It might have also been that it was trying to rebuild the low ground command center before it got to build the fusion core. But since it was never able to rebuild it, it never got to the fusion core. So it's building things in order. Could be a lot of things. I'd have to look into it. Oh, Micro Machine gets he gets to do the bunker mining on his main base. That's not fair. So he's got 2 SCVs doing a similar amount to 4. He's not max saturated, obviously. He can do 4, doing a similar amount to 6. Looks like he shoot away my Cloak Banshee pretty easily. game's actually looking okay at the moment. My third base is on the way, his isn't. My bot's pretty good at getting air control, and then using that to win the tank battles. Army size, sorry. Supplies are identical. I definitely got more tanks though. Used a lot of Marine Cyclone. That Banshee actually has 3 kills. That's more than 0. Oh, what a bad time on siege. I think my Banshee caught a glimpse of his Viking count, and he was like, nope, I don't have air superiority. So my tanks headed back home. Now they're trying to both attack and defend. Looks like. Little buggy there. Go home, no, go attack. He's a little out of position. He's trying to establish a 4th of his army, meanwhile. Or 5th, I should say. I got a nice little siege spot here. And there's a group of Marines, so that is kind of working. Getting hammered in the air battle though. Oh, this high ground is going to be painful. So he's got my Vikings like peeled back so far. Okay, at least my tanks are just smart enough to get the heck out of there. I do have 1-1 at least on my Vikings. He's got +1 ship weapons. I guess I must lose now. Because otherwise my economy is going to get out of control. I must take a bad fight and then that's it. No tanks to protect against these cyclone locks. I just can't get air control back. Oh, now the tanks are going down too. Oh, oh, the sandwiched. Oh, that was my my Raven update. Used to be like once I found the best place to place an auto turret, just commit. Now it's constantly reassessing. So right now it's like, okay, there's a good spot to put it. But as the Vikings get closer, I'm like, oh, I don't have to put it that far. I can put it just right here. Supply versus 150. And that 150 is mostly SCVs. Oh, my Banshees actually somehow got in here to do some work. So many tanks. Might have gotten air control back, but it's just way too late now. So if I don't have tanks, the Cyclones will just slowly pop all these Vikings. I think it's if I have air control, my Banshees can usually get a lot more work done. The high ground tank was a nice position for a little while there. Prepare. Oh. Sorry, I didn't bring up the APM. It's higher than you would expect. I'll put it that way. There is a bug in SC2 that you can hit. It's not like a hard number, but usually the longer the game goes and the higher APM is, you can run into a bug, and that usually happens with that can happen with Micro Machine, as his APM can go to like over 100,000. So it's kind of like the opposite in the botting world. Like the lower your APM, the more impressive it is. It's like, can you do a lot of things with just a few amount of actions rather than a lot? But yeah, 5-figure APM is like super normal in the bot world. 10 to 30,000, I think, is where most bots usually sit around. It looks like one of the games finished. That I queued up. No one versus Eris. Oh, cross your fingers. If this is a fail, then we probably have no hope in this tournament. They're all fails. Oh, man. Well, Eris tested, didn't use the BC rush at least. Wait, we just beat... Oh, that's because it was in... well, let's see what happened. Maybe it's something we can adapt to quickly. How much time do I have? We got about an hour to submit. Just looking for proxies. I think the biggest issue with Zerg is ever since we added speed mining by microing the workers, Zerg's economy just takes off so much faster than Protoss and Terrans, just due to the mechanic of how quickly they can make workers. So he pre-built extra spores. 1, 2, 3. Wow. 3 in his main base. 2 in his natural. 3 in his third. Oh my goodness. Well, let's see what happens. I don't even know if on DC you'll know how to flee when surrounded. So many queens as well. I guess the other BC died too, I didn't even notice. It's all about tempo, right? But like when I go Banshee, he doesn't mass spore crawlers. He didn't see the fusion core. Well, that's a rip. Maybe he's planned the defense. Because I'm pretty sure when I open other starport builds, he doesn't do the spore thing. So maybe I shouldn't have been streaming my my plan. What happened to Evil Zoe? You breached my main base at the 4-minute mark. Well, that's not good. Actually, I can just look up what build he was doing with the tags. That's with the Ravager all in. Okay, let's try positioning our structures a little differently. Maybe we can deny the scout a little bit. Where would this be? We did a little hack for this strategy. Here it is. Sort, and then we put in a list and a comparator. Behind main base. So we take the CC position towards the resource midpoint, distance of 10. Yeah, that makes sense. Let's use that here. Point to D behind main base equals boom. Okay, so when I build my 3x3 structures, they're going to prefer the positions that are closest to being behind my mineral line. Maybe I should do the opposite for my barracks and factory. Build my barracks and factory forward as possible to spot the overlords. Build the starports back as far as possible to deny the scouting. Well, the barracks is going to be part of the wall. The factory, however, we'll look at that list and let's see. We'll pick a position that's in my main base. And save positions closest to my fourth base, which should work on most maps. And I'll pick one then I'll place it down near the corner. So, compared or not comparing. Base list, I can get fourth base. So the closest position closest position that's in my main base. Sorry, position in my main base that's closest to the fourth. I'll make that the place we put our factory. Let's try that out. What map was that game on? 2000 atmospheres. I think if he builds 3 spores in every base, it's just not going to work. Period. So I think the win condition is don't let him scout it. It could be code specifically for Benbot, yeah. But I like most of my builds are starport based, right? I do like Mass Banshee, Mass Raven. I don't think I've ever seen him build 3 spores in every base at the start of the game. What else we might be able to do in the last 40 minutes before I finish is make a safer build order. One that's not like CC first. I think I'd still reduce a Ravager all in though, I would suspect. Well, we got the SCV Rush versus Evil Zoe as well. Something happened. Right. Okay, that's something I didn't consider. Oh, I wasn't showing it anyways. Blending those lists together was fine for the barracks. Like I can build a barracks where I normally build a armory or something. But I can't build a starport where I normally build an armory. Because I need the gap for the tech lab. So I just remove that line of code. Still should be plenty of positions. I don't need to build 10 barracks anymore either, now that I'm building Hellions with this build. Alright, so barracks still goes there. Factory I'm hoping will end up somewhere up here. So I'm trying to say build it as close to this base as possible, which is normally, you know, away from the ramp but away from the back of the base as well. Yeah, perfect. So hopefully that will act as a spotter for the Overlord. Technically I mined more gas early on than I need. I could delay one of the gas geysers. Maybe there's actually some Oof. Well, those aren't hiding very well. I guess because there's no positions back here. Unfortunately, the way I generically build my positioning maps now are just not great for some maps. You know, even if it's near the ramp, that's okay too. Because I don't think you'll be able to scout over there. Maybe if I take the midpoints between these two mineral lines and make this like the most ideal spot. And something I'm pretty sure it's supposed to build a fusion core from this list if this list is why didn't it build a fusion core? If this list is empty, then it's supposed to choose one from this list. Okay, first things first. I'll wait for time. Half an hour. Okay, let's do midpoint between the main base and the natural. Alright, what's in these lists right now? This one's empty. This one's got 9. I swore that's how it worked. Oh, I guess not. Okay, so we need to keep that other list to build the fusion core, I guess. So we'll just try to hide the fusion core as well with in the same manner. I think I might delay the fourth gas as well. That'll allow me my 2 BCs to jump at the same time. And then maybe I can sneak in some more Marines early on as well. So I got more Marines to try to chase down these Overlord scouts. Okay, let's see how the positioning looks now. So between this point and this point, wherever the middle is, say like here, it's going to pick the closest position to that that's available for my starports. So I'm guessing just by looking at this map, it might be like here somewhere. Alright, it's factory up in the corner. That's good. Yeah, on this particular map, that starport's not very hidden.
Target acquired.
Well, yeah, second BC ends up a little bit behind. We have plenty of extra gas. Here's the reactor. Let me go back to what I originally had. Yeah, behind the main mineral line. Let's do that. Let's take a look at the build order. Maybe I can delay that gas a little bit and increase the amount of Marines I make early on. Alright, so double gas, barracks, factory. Yeah, I'll just move this one gas down a bit. And need to build more Marines early on. Go up to 4. Okay, let's give this a try. Let's try a different map too. Oh man. Wait, what? I lost the Marine Basic class again. How did I bring that back last time? That is local history. Okay. Eris is too strong, man. Yes, Tychus, yes. Okay. Barracks and factory over there. Good. It's a nice spotter. Now hopefully starport's on the right somewhere. Yep, nice. Nice and deep. Good. And we do it with the 4 Marines. Now, what does our minerals look like when it's time to build the BCs? I wasn't even watching. But that one BC looks pretty far behind. So we were missing the minerals. So let's delay that other gas too. I'll build 3rd and 4th gas after that starport. So this can maybe work, right? As soon as I see the Overlord entering my main base, the the Marines will exit my bunker and go chase them down. And if they reach them before they see a starport, then hopefully all is good in the world. Okay. Factory works as a spotter. Great. Starport's hopefully somewhere back here. I mean, it's never going to be there. My bot's not smart enough to find that positioning, but maybe up here. No. Not so good on this map. One of them goes back there. I guess we can change that positioning a little bit. Like right now I'm building as close as I can to like right here. Maybe I can move it like to there somehow. Resources. VCs are pretty close. Can't get them both on the same screen. Yeah, it's about 2 notches behind. $524. Let's move that position a little bit. Equals in position dot towards my natural base mineral line. And move it about 5. And it doesn't like that, so I'll just put it all in one line. So, I think we just gotta pray that this will be good enough at Stopping Eris from scouting. Let's put it live on ladder and queue up a couple of games before we have to submit, if we even have time. Factory up there, that's nice. Now on this spawn it's nice. Starport's away in the back. The fusion core not so much. That was the resourcing. $600 minerals, 700, looks pretty good. Boom, and yeah, a bit of a delay. Okay, boom. Okay, good enough. Let's look at previous games versus Eris. I wonder if this is a new change you did. Or if he's always been building a whole ton of spores versus me. Stay on my Banshee build. No replays. I guess we can tell by his tags actually. If he does that, because he tagged something when he was facing starport play. Versus starport play, 8 minutes 20. 8:30. 8:32. So he was scouting it much later, around the 9-minute mark. He realized he was against starports. So it makes me feel like he's either scouting earlier, or I just need to deny the scout. Maybe denying the scout will get it the game for me. Let's get this bot ready to submit. I do need to turn that tourney mode back on. Hmm? Let's give a little BM message to Evil Zoe when we SCV rush him. Tourney mode on. Okay, I think we're all done. Let's package her up. Where can we watch? It'll be Thursday on ES Champ on YouTube. ESCHAMP is the YouTube channel. You can watch the previous matches. We're about halfway through the tournament. My bot performed better there. I'm super not confident about what's going to happen in the final 8. Unfortunately, I'm facing most likely a path where I have to go through the 3 toughest bots to get to the to win the championship, or at least the 3 toughest for my bot. Okay, that's I feel sad though, man. If I end up walking into spores, all that work I was doing to the BC rush, I'm just going to be teleporting into mass spore crawlers. The nuance will not be seen. Alright, so let's grab that guy. Copy. Paste. Replace. Get rid of that. Alright, it is packaged up and ready to submit. There's the Dropbox link. Locks in 10 minutes. Let's see if any of these games finish in time. Hey, we just beat Zoe with the BC rush. Take a quick look see at that. It's not evil Zoe, but it's a variant of Zoe. Yeah, I mean, that BC harass object, I think, is pretty solid. It is kind of geared towards winning the game with BCs, though, which I think is fine. Maybe I can get together a better build order, too. Maybe getting, like, the fastest possible battlecruiser is better than... is better than just having more battlecruisers. Maybe like a 1-base BC opener into a later 2-base. They're not being smart enough. Why? Keep trying to jump back in the bunker. I found the fusion core on the wall. I guess that's okay, but whoops. Oh, there's like a repair lineup. Yeah, I mean, I think the goal is just don't teleport into 3 spores. That might be the what needs to happen here. Yeah, I don't think these games will finish in time. And they certainly won't finish in time for me to do anything. I guess I should run this once more locally just to make sure. I won't pick the BC Rush build, I don't think. Should be doing mech all in. Marine Rush, it's fine. Yeah, no errors. Okay, let's submit. Wait, 23 o'clock. I had another hour. God damn you, time zones. Oh well. I'm really not in a coding mood today anyways. I'm doing this because I'm out of time. I guess technically I could submit it twice and just say pick the newer one. Yeah, we'll take a look at the games. So he has a tag like versus Starport play. I want to see if the bot always built tons of spores when they see it. 11 minutes he scouted it there. 10 minutes. 13. 11. Where's a game where he spotted Starport early? 9:25. I guess that's good enough. 9:52. 12. So fast forward to 9:25 and see if he builds a whole bunch of spores. Because if he was watching, if he saw that I was doing this on stream and specifically coded spore defense, like up to spore defense, then I'm screwed. Because this is the only trick I got. He doesn't scout at all, actually. He's got one overlord. Oh no, there's a second overlord. I take it back. So he does bring two up here. Yeah, if I can if I'm building back here, it would just be so nice. So I'm gonna have to get lucky, I guess, with that Overlord Scout. If we can shoot away, and if we can hide the starports. The 9 minutes, I think he finally saw starport stuff, right? Probably when he breaks into my main base is when he sees the starports. Although you think the Banshees would be an indication of starport play. Still hasn't tagged it yet though. Now he's seen a starport and he doesn't care about starport play. Yeah, just one spore per base. Maybe because there's a certain point in the game he doesn't need to go crazy on spores because he has an army. Alright. Versus starport play 925. He's adding more spores. Yeah, he's got an extra one at each base. Maybe. Maybe we just deny the scouts. Maybe that little last second change I did is good enough. The other thing is, it looks like as soon as my Marines start shooting the Overlords run away. So maybe I can turn it around in time. It'll depend on the map and the placements. And even then, I'm not sure if... that just gets us started with the BC rush. It still might get held easily. As soon as the BC jumps in, I'm sure he's going to be building spores immediately. Do you guys see what I see? We got one. We got one. Versus starport play. You didn't see it until 6:38. I jump into 5:20. Versus starport play 4:12. Right. Okay. So it is. It's if he scouts it first or not is going to be the big thing. What rank is my bot? At the moment, around rank 5. But Eris is far and away rank 1. And we're in the final 8 of the tournament, so I run into him in the semis if I make it there. Yeah, winning one game against Eris is... we probably just broke like a 70-game win streak that bot was on. It did appear like too greedy, like lots of hatcheries and lots of and into roaches at the start of the game, so it did feel like the BC rush would work. So we're doing like the greediest possible BC rush. Command center first. Barracks double gas, speed mining. So we... okay, we're looking for the Overlord there. Yeah, so that was the key to the victory, right? You never saw the starports of the fusion core. Wait, did the other one die? Whoa, what happened? There's one jumping and one about to complete. How come I only see one?
It's a trap!
Add-on complete.
Is this 2B? No, it's one doctor's here. I'm so confused. I must be an idiot, but I'm just not seeing it. One battle cruiser is about to complete. One battle cruiser is right here. That one jumps. I thought we turned that off. The emergency Raven code. I thought I turned that off. Because it's a broad unit. Oh boy. Okay. Where the heck would that be? So even though we cancelled a battle cruiser, we still beat him. I guess let's finish watching the replay.
Add-on complete.
So we got a random Raven now.
Research complete.
Interestingly, he still didn't build a ton of spores. Yeah, so that like mass spore code doesn't even trigger when he faces BCs. At least on this version of his bot. Who knows what he's going to bring to the tournament. It only triggers when he spots an early starport. Maybe an early fusion core as well. Actually, he's kind of mass spored over here. Maybe we're just not letting him get spores up in the main.
Mineral field.
Yeah, and denying any Spire or Hydroden.
Mineral field.
We can use some help here. I'm in a heap of trouble.
Okay, the emergency Raven code. In fact, I probably just called it that too. What if I search for emergency? Aha. But it says right here if it's not. Wait a minute. Well, that code doesn't work, obviously. But how did I intend this to work? Was it supposed to do it for Ghost Hellbat or not do it for Ghost Hellbat? I'm just always doing it versus Zerg. So this line doesn't even matter. I guess we'll just combine those together. I can't even remember my intent for this anymore. So if it equals Zerg and it's not Ghost Hellbat. But then why is this here? This is... Right, I don't need an emergency Raven if I'm doing Ghost Hellbat versus Protoss or Terran because I got EMP to detect Cloak. That does not work versus Burrow. So I would need it versus Zerg. Okay. Alright, so if I'm facing Zerg and it's not... Okay. No, but this will pass. I think I just made a bug when I put this Ghost Hellbat thing in here. I probably just threw it in quickly and not realize what it did. So did I want it versus for Ghost Hellbat? Because if I wanted for Ghost Hellbat, I should just remove this altogether. Just gonna remove it altogether. Then specifically talking about Widow Mines, this does feel specific to Ghost. Like, it feels specific to EMP. Was probably the idea here. It's like, if EMP is good enough, then don't do it. I think is what this is supposed to be. Oh, yeah, I should read the comment above. If a burrowed unit or cloaked unit without ghosts available. Okay, let's just write that. And I don't want to do it for this build. Yeah, okay, that makes sense now. So if I'm not doing Ghost Hellbat, then I always need a Raven. And if I am doing Ghost Hellbat, then I still need a Raven if I'm versus Zerg or versus Widow Mines. Okay. Okay, it was actually correct to begin with. I just added the BC Rush part wrong. Whatever. Okay. That should fix that. Hey, 2 out of 3. Got him again. Even with our canceling of the BC. Beat him in 10 minutes too. Yeah, so I think the way it works is I definitely don't want to do it for when we're doing the BC rush. But other than that scenario, I want an emergency Raven anytime I'm not using the Ghost build, or anytime I'm facing burrowed units like Widow Mines or Zerg. It's actually like the more I'm saying out loud, the more stupidly that was written. I should have just separated Cloak and Ghost, Cloak and Burrow, instead of combining them together and then making it 1,000 conditions. Mind me is -0 is on the other side of the bracket, so I'd be facing him in the finals if I did face him. I feel like he'll make the finals though, given this his side of the bracket. So if I can somehow get through Evil Zoe and Eris, I think I'll end up playing him. I think the 2 cheese builds I did versus him in the previous round, which both failed, are both actually capable of winning. And then I have one more cheese build that can beat him as well. As for playing him in a macro game, no chance whatsoever, so I'm not even going to try. Alright, so... Wait, what? How did this not get the scout? The first thing it's going to see it is the starport. Maybe it wasn't the starport, maybe it was the fusion core that caused the mass spores. That would make more sense, actually. So it's all about hiding the fusion core, I guess. At least it didn't cancel the other battlecruiser this time when it made the stupid Raven. Yeah, this just overwhelms him. Doesn't seem like there's anything scripted to like get some emergency anti-air either. Like he's got a lair. I don't see any attempt at building a spire or a hydra den. He's just getting the drilling claws. He's he's staying on plan. Although he is building 6 spores now. Is it because he saw the BC? Or did he finally... Okay, the BCs do the same thing as the fusion core. They both put him into the mass spore defense. But, you know, at this point I got multiple BCs and Yamato, so the spores aren't that threatening. And the spores shouldn't get kills either. They can get the BCs low and maybe the queens will get the kills afterwards. Hey Raven. You useless BC remover. The day Ketrok gets angry at building a Raven. Who would have thunk it? The nice thing about splitting out my BCs between all his bases too is that he rarely gets the mine. Surely it'd be better to burrow on taking damage. Yeah, I agree. That's how I handle my SCVs versus Reapers. Like, I leave all my SCVs mining when there's a Reaper in my mineral line. But then once an SCV gets low in health, then he starts to try to run away. Because otherwise, one Reaper arrives in your mineral line and all your mining gets turned off because all your SCVs just scatter. Which is definitely not a good idea. Alright, let's put that Raven fix on ladder. I mean, it's a little hard countery, but maybe I should, of all my production positions available and all my 3x3 positions for things like armories and fusion cores and hinge bays, maybe I should look at all those, find the one that's like deepest buried in my base and assign it to the fusion core. I don't know. I think it's good enough. We'd have to get pretty unlucky to just happen to be on a map where the fusion core is exposed all the time. I guess another thing you can do with this build too, you can probably slip in a Viking. So you can probably build a Viking in a tech lab faster than a fusion core builds. But I don't think that would be out in time to help with the Scout Overlord anyways. Yeah, let's put this on the ladder. Make sure that emergency raven is not happening anymore. And then we call it a day. We'll submit it once more, since apparently I get an extra hour. Well, I guess half an hour now. He's also updating his Eris test bot. I wonder if that has different code. It was 2 hours ago. I think he lives in Europe, so I don't even know if he'd be awake. We may have the time zone advantage here. We had the disadvantage of not understanding what UTC was and being off by an hour on the submission time. Alright, journey mode back on. I think I'm still not favored versus Evil Zoe though. I'm thinking of the changes I did and the builds I could be facing. He's gonna pick 1 to 3 builds, and my cheese has like a 40% chance of beating any of them. No, he's gonna pick 1 to 4 builds, sorry. One of the builds is just gonna lose. So that's good for me. Of the remaining 3, my cheese can beat, it's gonna go like 40% versus all of them. And my BC rush is like gonna win against 1 out of the 3 remaining. So all that together I feel like adds up to like less than a 50% win rate. But if we get to Eris, I think we're looking pretty good. Well, I mean, technically he spotted me. He spotted it twice and didn't spot it twice. So maybe this is not going to be good for me. I don't know. many ladder games are being played right now? I guess everyone's requesting matches. Just me at the moment. Let me look at that logic one more time. For the emergency Raven. If it's not BC Rush and yeah, that looks fine. So what's the reasoning for the SCV Rush versus Evil Zoe? I'm desperate. That's what the reasoning was. I turned off all my data versus Evil Zoe, so it would just start randomly picking builds of mine, and I noticed that the SCV Rush worked 1 out of 2 times. So I'm like, okay, I'll take it. Because, yeah, if we look at my history versus Evil Zoe, you know, the red is the losses, so. And a lot of the wins are just when he worker rushes me. And up until recently, that was beating me, so. I think he might bring it to the tournament. I just fixed it today. My SCV micro. But, yeah, this is what the SCV rush looks like. I saw it go 1-1, and the one loss was very, very close to a win. Like, he finished with like 4 drones remaining or something, and I had 2 SCVs back at home, so we could both rebuild. I released another bot called Drone Rush that did this, so a lot of the like it beat all the top bots for a little while, and then they all figured out how to deal with the micro. Because it does the it abuses the little pocket. But apparently Evil Zoe does not have code that handles that well. Brewlings. Brewlings OP, man. He just killed like 5 SCVs. Alright, are those games done versus Eris yet? Because I think I have a little bit of time left where I could see if there's an issue or not and if I can fix it. Ah, one game finished. That's another win. Okay, well, we can beat Eris's ladder build. Still not feeling confident. Oh, we did spot it at 640 this game. A little too late, though. 640 the previous game, too. I wonder why 640? Because the first BC jumps in at like 520. But like, will Eris even look anything like his ladder build in the tournament? And if I beat him with mass Valkyries, or will he switch things up?
From out
I
my
have no
heart,
idea to these answers.
and take thy form from off my door. Quoth the raven, nevermore.
Yeah, we can watch it. It's he actually doesn't even put up a good fight versus the BCs compared to some of the other Zerg bots on the ladder. So really it's all about, do we deny him the scout of the fusion core before things get started? Because when he spots the fusion core, he builds like 3 spores in each base, and combined with like his 6 queens, he just never really gets started. He just insta-snipes the BCs as they jump in. I have very limited positions of where I can build the fusion core. There's usually only like 3 or 4 preset positions in a base. So even if I'm saying pick the deepest position, you know, all 3 of them might be like right here. There's a starport. Okay, that one's nice and deep on this map. So he's killed his scout overlord. And yeah. Didn't find it. I know, like, when he faces Hellions, for instance, he doesn't burrow until he takes a shot from one of the Hellions. So maybe the BC is just considered a threat that could kill the drone before it could ever burrow. And if that's the case, all the drones just individually decide it. I gotta say something. Yeah, this is like ruining his economy. He's easier to deal with because his reaction is just adding more spores. He's still going for like tunneling claw roaches, which I guess it wouldn't be bad if he tried to turn into like a base trade at the same time, but he's not. He's just kind of running around dealing with Hellions and stuff. Really not much of a defense. I think Zoe and Kaninana put up a much stronger defense because they're really trying to like get out Hydras or Corruptors, and they keep rebuilding the Spire and the Hydra Den when I take it down. Yeah, I mean it's kind of the issue with scripted bots, right? They only work well against things you plan for. And I don't think we've ever had a good BC Rush bot on the ladder. We've had BC Rush bots, but they've all been very rudimentary. You know, jump in, shoot, die, the end. Okay, double loss for the next 2 games. Yeah, he scouted the fusion core 4 minutes on that map. And at 4 minutes on this map too. Blackburn. Glittering Ashes. Oh. It's all going to come down to the fusion core. Maybe we do code something for that. Gotta do what it takes to win. Let's go back to right in the build order. What's the best way to do this? If I give it a position that's conflicts with my placement map, it could create some massive problems. Like all of a sudden I'm trying to build it on top of a starport or something. How best to do this? I think even if it's in my natural, it's probably okay. Okay, let's just pick the best from the 2 lists, either the starport list or the 3x3 structure list. Hidden fusion core position. How am I for time? 12 minutes. Plus. closest by 3 position equals comparing. I'll throw this out after the tournament. Goddamn fruit flies, man. Okay, so so this is a position like deep in my main base, kind of towards my natural. Out of all my 3v3 placement maps, it finds the closest one to that position. Of all my production placement positions, like for starports and barracks and factories, finds the closest one to that position. Shit, I better remove it from the list as well. I don't have the indenting here.
Target acquired.
7 minutes. Let's make sure that works. Yeah, I've done the apple cider vinegar trick. But I don't feel like I'm infested by them here. I feel like it's just one that loves flying in my face. Because I've never seen two of them. It is dark down here though, so maybe I just can't see them. Alright, did anything blow up? I'm running it now. Let's build it now as I'm short on time as well.
Target acquired.
And replace. So working okay. Factory works as a spotter. Perfect. Remove those and zip it up. Okay. Didn't conflict with the starport positions. Let's try another map just to be sure. Which ones did I lose on? Like glittering ashes? Oh, this is glittering ashes. Blackburn I lost on. Yeah, I think this was built up here earlier, if I recall correctly. So I think that change helped a little bit. The upload did not submit. I got 3 minutes left, plenty of time. I just want to make sure I didn't like break my bot in this final change before I hit the submit button. I guess the smart thing to do to add to this build would be once I know where the spores are, I probably shouldn't be teleporting on top of them. I should always make sure I teleport to a safe position, given the knowledge I have. Or the vision I have. Starport, starport. Fusion core, where's it gonna go? Oh shit, did I break it? Why is there no fusion core? Oh no. Oh no. Why? And why is the factory here? Shouldn't the factory... What? How much time? 1 minute? Okay, quickly undo those changes and submit again if we can. Build order. And I ain't sure if there's anything required for this submission. Uh-oh, it says 7 o'clock. Am I out of time? Keep that. No. Archive. Zip. Box. Oh, maybe as long as I have this window open. Yeah, maybe as long as I have this window open, it's okay. I'm actually kind of afraid to just quickly revert and submit as well. So maybe we'll just, whatever the heck my previous submission was, I'll keep it in there. Or maybe not, maybe I'll put this in here first. Okay. Okay, it's still there. Let's go back and see what happened. Okay, so we got the closest. So it gets a position. Actually, let me put the breakpoint in this method. So this is like behind my mineral line. And then I move towards the natural by 6 spaces. Yeah, so that'll be just a little north of behind the mineral line. And the closest 3x3 position is whatever position is closest to that. And the closest star 4 position is from that list. And same deal, closest to that. And then if 3x3 position is closer than the starport position, then we remove the 3x3 position from that list and return it. Otherwise, remove from that list and return it. Looks okay. Alright, so they both found points, and let's see. The starport position's the one it's probably going to use. So it should jump into the else statement. Yeah. Remove it from the list. Boom. So what's happening? Maybe it checks to see if it's in that list or something. Orbital bunker factory, orbital starport. Refinery. Supply depot starport. There's the fusion core, so it's in there. Okay, so this is the fusion core. It has a position. Let's draw that position. Draw a box at position. Radius 1.5. Debug.send debug. There's already a factory there. That's where this is supposed to go. Why is there a factory there? Oh, because my third is in the north. It's already taken that position. Because the layout on this map is so different. Oh man. Every layout's different. It's a problem. I think let's do it like that. Well, let's see if it's even possible to submit anymore. Man, I'm glad I didn't do that Marauder build. I've never gotten there in time. Let's see if it works. Yeah, it worked. Well, whatever happens, happens. I guess technically I haven't actually tested it yet. Oh, that's not good. What happened? Oh boy, what a mess at the end. Why'd I submit it? Typical cat truck. Okay, no problem this time. Wait, is it because that was turned on? It should still work though, shouldn't it? That's bad because I have it turned on for my tournament. No, looks fine. I guess something was just weird in the build. I don't know what happened. Too much chaos at the last second. Yeah, so when it failed, the problem was it was building the factory here and then trying to build the fusion core there at the same time. Let me also run, oops. Yes, the fusion core is in the correct place now. Factory did not conflict with it. I don't know, it is weird I had that fail right when I submitted. So let me run that bot again. Where am I even looking? Here. Run it manually. Make sure these two bots load up. Alright, I think whatever I submitted last is fine. It's very slow, I guess. I do have like 5 instances of StarCraft 2 running right now. Yeah, it looks okay. This thing that's running in the window right now is the file I submitted to Probots. Actually, minimap works here, doesn't it? Yeah, it does. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, I'm done. Done. Not touching this bot for at least a month. Actually, maybe there is another submission for humans versus bots. I'll have to look into that. I mean, that's not bad. No one has ever done this to Eris. A mix of wins and losses. Definitely not a guarantee. As it's what, 4-4? But I think the last second change will help up that win rate. And I'm not even playing him on Thursday, so it may be completely irrelevant because I may not get by Evil Zoe. I give myself maybe a 45 to 50% chance of getting past Evil Zoe. So here's how it's going to be with Evil Zoe and Ketrock. I got Ketrock and I got build 1 and build 2. And then we got Evil Zoe, and he's got build 1, 2, 3, and 4. This is how I guessed, like, I think he's going to do it this way. And right away, this one build, I fixed my issue with. So he's going to have a 0% win rate with that 4th build. Of my builds, I think the SCV rush is going to be like something like 40% versus any of the builds that Zoe has. Any of the remaining 3 builds that Zoe has. So 40% versus those ones. And then these two guys can beat that build 100% of the time. But this guy, I don't know what I'm doing here. But this guy can't beat that build. So I don't know what that all adds up to. So at least a 25% win rate, because this thing's not going to work. when I do this build, no matter what I'm up against, I'm a 40% win rate. And when I use this build, I'm going to be 1 in 3 chance, depending on what I'm up against. I think that's how it's going to pan out. And it's a best of 3 series. Oh, he was in my coffee. That fruit fly. Why didn't you get stuck in my coffee at least? Well, it played it twice against Evil Zoe. We already watched it a few times, but one time I kill all those workers and had like workers to spare. The other time I killed all of his workers except for like 4 or 5, and then as we were both rebuilding, he had a slight lead, and then it turned into a victory. SCBs kind of hide in the little mineral pocket and fight from there. Yeah. Let's look at Eris's match history. Maybe other people have been queuing up against him, trying to figure out how to beat him. Benbot gave it a try. Tier gave it a try. -0 gave it a try. All losses. Anything that has a dash here means it's is queued up by another bot. This random bot that just recently joined the ladder apparently just beat just beat Eris. So he can do what no one else can do. Yeah, a lot of people are queuing up games. -0 is really try-harding. He's been queuing up lots of games. None of them are victories. Same with Benbot BC. Benbot BC is his next opponent. Oh. A couple legit losses to Benbot BC. But it was followed by like 40 wins versus Benbot BC, so. Ooh, a loss to -0 too. Well, we can try to figure out the math on that. So I got 2 builds, right? So, okay. Based on my estimates, I think I can figure this out. So the one build's like 40% no matter what, and the other build is like 1 out of 3 chance, so 33%. But if he picks his 4th build, I win no matter what. So what it really is 33 times 0.75 plus 25. So this is like 49.75. And the other one is like 40 times 0.75. And then the other 25% is free win. So this ends up being like 55%. So it looks like I'm a slight favorite with its two builds. But it's really probably going to come down to luck of the draw of like what gets matched against what. And these are my estimates based off of almost nothing. Just like gut feel. Well, yeah. Let's check my email. I think I'm drained, guys. I know the plan was maybe to play StarCraft today, but you guys gonna walk my dog and have some dinner instead? Yeah, that wrong email I got today. Looks like I can use it. I can join a charity golf tournament. I already got like an entry fee. Awesome. In New York. That's not even that far away. I'm gonna go use this guy's charity golf pass. You should email back and cancel. That's a good one. Yeah, so it'll be on Friday, and here's the brackets. Sure, if I go to YouTube, it'll probably pop right up for me. And put the link in chat. So I think it's going to be the entire round of 8 next week. So these 4 matches. So we'll get our final 4. And then the following will probably take place on a Saturday, where we'll do, I think the way they normally do is they do the semifinals, and then we do the humans versus bot series, where it's like a 5v5 humans versus bots, and then they do the finals, and then that's it for the season. And there's usually about 3 Probot seasons a year, or 3 Probots tournaments a year, but each tournament is like 6 weeks or something. Doesn't look like they have a notification up yet. But usually they have a notification set up for the next stream. It's not until Thursday, so it's probably a little early still. I also have some interesting StarCraft 2 related content here outside of bot related stuff. Interviews and tutorials. Yeah, so I guess I can just link the channel, but There's no link to the stream yet. And with that, guys, I'm out of here. I'm not going to bother raiding or hosting this time. But have a good one.